Welcome, this is the W6CX repeater.
Good morning.
W6CX repeater. Time is 12 p.m. W6CX repeater.
Good afternoon. The time is 12 p.m. Weather conditions: cloudy, temperature 55 degrees.
ARES net tonight at 7:30 p.m. QSO net at 8 p.m.
Aries, Races, Net, tonight at 7 p.m.
WA6FGI, WA6FGI. You out there anywhere? Q60 WA6FGI, WA6FGI, Q60 You out there anywhere? One FRD. Time is 12:30 p.m. W6CX repeater. WU1Q portable, Stafford Lake, Nevada. Okay, is this little 2-watt handy docking making it into the system? WU1Q, Stafford Lake, Nevada. Six FGI, WA6 FGI, you out there anywhere? K60 with X. FGI, WA6 FGI, K60 with X, you out there anywhere?
The time is 1 p.m. W6CX repeater.
Good afternoon. The time is 1 p.m. Weather conditions: cloudy, temperature 56 degrees.
Listening. Hello, Doug. W1FRD. Hey, Fred. What are you up to today? Oh, I was looking around Sacramento to do a snowboard ski shop, and I couldn't find what I wanted for my son. So
Good afternoon. Kilo 1 Bravo, Whiskey Oscar Mobile.
Snowboarder or skier? I took him snowboarding over Christmas vacation. He's coming back spring break. He wants to go again. I never tried snowboarding. I used to be a skier. Yeah, I skied for 27 years? I don't know, something like that. And then I took up snowboarding. No, that's not right. Not 27 years. 18 to 32, whatever that is. 32, I took up snowboarding. Yeah, you're a snowboarder. That's awesome. I think snowboarding looks like a lot of fun, but unfortunately my knees can't hack it anymore. When I went over his Christmas break, yeah, it had been 20 years since I went up. Yeah, I used to be pretty good. I could do black diamonds. I like the car slalom skis, and they're pretty narrow. Sometimes it'd get me in trouble when there's a lot of fresh powder snow, but that's the kind of skiing that I like. I never really liked the really, hugely bumpy mogul fields. You need short. My skis were pretty long. Yeah, I skied on 205 giant slalom skis, and yeah, I do black runs. The whole thing about moguls, man, I hit about maybe 5 or 6, but I can't jump them because I just could never do that. And then I just have just bouncing your knees. Yeah, it's you gotta have shock absorbers for knees. That's for sure. At Heavenly Valley, there's what is that run called? Gun Barrel. It's like right down at the base of the. I think it's Heavenly. I think it's called Gun Barrel, and that's pretty steep, and it's just a mogul field from top to bottom. That sounds like fun. I'm familiar with Gun Barrel. I've only been to Heavenly. I think it was like 4 or 5 times. I like Squaw. Yeah, their run that I always do is KT22. I guess it's for kick turns. You need to get down it. Is that why it's called that? That's cool. Yeah, I like the east slope. Down in the Reno. It's probably my favorite part of Heavenly. I like the fact that you can just, is there, and it would take that to cover the whole place. Yeah, what I didn't like about Heavenly is you go up from the California side, and then you exit the lift, you ski down a little bit, and then you get on another lift to make it to the top of the mountain.
which is ridiculous. I like this go all the way from the bottom to the top.
You got to change lifts, and then it's so long, and it's like a pretty flat section up there too. You got to skate to get to the other lift.
Nice, gentle run for, I don't know how long that thing is, a mile long or something? Doug won that one, Rod. Anyways, and then, Heavenly, so then when you're coming down to leave California side, you ski down, you take another lift up. The ski is, it's a big old valley in between the two.
There's the valley. So Rod, you like mile-long mogul fields?
Oh no, I don't like mile-long mogul fields. No, I was just joking about that. But that one real gentle run that runs all the way around the side of the mountain, you get to it from when you get all the way on the top. And it just goes all the way around the side of the mountain, very gentle, very wide. And we used to take that so we could drink our wine out of the bottle. That was the way we drank our wine, was just skiing down that long, gentle thing.
Oh yeah, I like that run actually. Nice leisurely run. Drink your wine. I don't remember it being particularly wide though. It was kind of like road. At least I remember there was something snaking down the mountain like that. It's basically a transport run to take you to the top of, the different, what are they, blue squares, intermediate runs?
Yeah, up at the top. Those were kind of, they were a little bit more than intermediate runs, I would say. They're a little more difficult than that because there's a lot of mogul-y stuff when you first get on those runs up there, and then they go down and they get easier. But yeah, that's what it is. It's a two-lane highway is wide, so that's why I said it's wide. It's not that it was an open field. It was just, that was like you said, a two-lane highway, and it was very gentle, and you could just sit there and not even look at what you're doing while you're drinking your
Sounds pretty good. So Fred, how's navigating moguls on a snowboard compared to skis?
It's not that fun. I don't know. I don't do that much. I mean, I can do it. It's just not that fun. It's not. You can't turn as fast, and you're like trying to hop up, and you're just skidding back and forth. I don't know. It's not much fun. Now, outside, nice and cool.
Right, because you've got all that surface area, and you can just. I watch those guys carve down the mountainside on fresh, untracked powder, and that just looks so perfect. I mean, that's what skiing should be.
Yeah. I remember the first time I skied in powder, and I didn't really understand how to do it. And I was just wearing regular skis, and I was skiing through the powder like it was groomed snow, and I kept sinking down, and then I finally realized that you had to kind of lean backwards to go through it instead of leaning slightly forward.
You want to keep those tips up. It also helps to have, like, the modern ski, and modern being, I started seeing them a lot maybe 20 years ago.
Night at 7:30 p.m. QSO net at 8 p.m.
Ooh, Yeah. That's how I screwed up my ankle. I mean, my knee. Is when I first got out of the Navy, I wanted to learn how to snow ski. So I was down in Southern California. I went to a sporting goods store down there, the Orange County Mall, I think it was. And I bought this was back in 71. And so back then, they had a way to generally decide how long a ski you needed. And that was, you stuck your hand up in the air, and the ski was supposed to touch your hand while it was sticking straight up in the air. So that's how they used to do it way back then. And so I bought these skis, and they were slalom skis. They were John Claude Keeley autographed skis, slalom skis, and they were 210 centimeters long. I guess it's centimeters. 210 centimeters long, and they were huge. And you get on the skis with something like that, and man, you just take off like a bat. So I hurt my ankle and all that, and I decided these skis were not for learning how to ski. So then I went and bought a pair that was some K2s, and they were that were red, white, and blue striped, like the American flag or something. So I had a pair of those, and they were 185s, and those were so much easier After that, I never looked back.
All right, my first set of skis were 185s, but they were kind of a nondescript pattern, like the affordable K2s. And then Fred said he was running 205s, and then my second ski, I forget what brand. It started with a K, I think. But it wasn't K2. 200s, maybe 205s. Yeah, even my first set of skis were fairly narrow. On a groomed slope, it's great. They're really quick turning, and you can carve. That's a lot of fun. But I also like to go out in the powder, and the first time I did, at the end of the day, it was like I went swimming with all my clothes on.
I remember the first time I went on powder, it was off the main slope. It was at Sugar Bowl, and it was off the main slope, and you powder, but you were skiing through trees and stuff on this powder. It was horrific.
You got to be careful of those tree wells.
Yeah, and I never used to like moguls, and then a friend of mine that I knew from the Navy, and he showed me how he skied him, and then once I started using his technique, it was like, it wasn't super easy, but it was, nothing, it built up confidence. A lot of, I don't know how most people ski through moguls, but the way he taught me is that you're coming up to a mogul, and you don't ski around the mogul. You ski off one side of it, you kind of ski off one side of it, and then when you get by the mogul, you come back down. So you kind of ski on the side, and then you drop back down after you get by the mogul, and then you go up on the next mogul, and you ski up on whatever side you're coming to, and then let yourself kind of let gravity drop you back down, and like that. So it made it really easy compared to what I was trying to do.
I could do it. I just remember probably what you were doing. You kind of come up and you're turning at the top, or close to the top, not down at the bottom. At least that's what I did. I would turn at the top.
I know. I would never go all the way up to the top to try and make a turn, because if you're doing it up at the highest point, then getting back down before the next mogul is a little tough if you're going at any speed at all. So, I probably the side of the mogul, maybe a quarter of the way up, and then just turned and let it just kind of drop down whatever it was going to be, a foot. You drop down a foot instead of 2 foot or 3 foot, so I never went up to the top. That's what I was trying to do, tried to do it, and it was not working very well. And he says, you don't go all the way up to the top. You just go up maybe a quarter of the way, and you just turn around it, and then when you get off the back side of the mogul, you just drop down a little bit, and you're ready for the next one.
Copy. Yeah, it sounds like skiing the contour of the mogul in the plane of the slope, if that makes sense. And then, I've done that too. That's fun. And then I would turn at the top because, if you're going faster, then I would turn at the top. It's convex, so you have less contact area on the ski, and you can really quickly change direction.
When I went to the smaller skis, 5, I got into trouble because they were turning too easily. I remember the first time I went down the face of a hill and I wanted to slow my speed up quite a bit, so I just cranked those around, and they came around so fast that I had cranked them 180. I was going down the hill backwards.
Almost did a helicopter.
Yeah, it was crazy. And then once you get the feel of your skis, then you don't do that anymore. But going to those smaller skis really allowed me to improve really quickly, and all that. So I never went back to anything long. You didn't really need it, if you're skiing down, hills that had some angle to them, you picked up you could handle pretty easily, even with short skis. So those were great. But I do remember those skis you're talking about where they came out and they had really wide noses on them, and then where your bindings were, it narrowed down to a regular kind of width that you might see on any ski. And then so the first thing I saw was those shovel noses. And then after that, do you remember what the next progression was after just having the shovel noses on there? Do you remember next? I do.
Yeah, I don't know, but I do know that they went short. They went really short, and then there were some that were wider under the boot. So there's still kind of an extreme hourglass shape, but wider. So they're more like a powder ski.
So the next thing they came out with were these skis that they kind of had a nose in the rear too, and so you could backwards as easily as you could ski forwards on those things. So if you were going to do some kind of fancy 360 thing, well, they had the nose, a smaller nose on the back, so you could ski backwards on them.
Yeah, I saw some of those. I'd have no business strapping those on. That would be, my knees would be even more wrecked. But I used to jump. I used to like jumping. You find logs, on a really good year, and then you get these logs that create these jumps. This is before they had like the half pipe areas. Now because of snowboarding, they have these like groomed slopes that have half pipes, and then have these they're not really obstacles, but they're like things that skateboarders would do. You know how skateboarders would like jump up and ride railings down the stairwell? There's things like that now at some of the ski resorts.
Oh, why they'd want to, doing something like that with skis would just tear up the edges on your skis, wherever you were running them on some kind of surface like that. That sounds a little crazy to me, but yeah, before they had the house there, there was one ski place I used to ski all the time that had a natural half pipe thing that we would ski down. It wasn't very wide, maybe 4 or 5 feet wide. You were skiing down kind of like a canal almost, and you could ride up on the back and forth up and down the banks, or you could just shoot right down the middle of it. And it was like a drainage area that had snow in it, and so it became kind of like a small half pipe thing, and I used to go down there all the time. That was
it does sound fun. I'm driving by the Antioch Golf Course right now, and there's a guy out in the cow pen that's next to it looking for his golf ball.
My goodness, that golf ball must be plated with gold or something to get out there and put that effort in.
Gold core golf ball, yeah. No, I've never liked the golf ball so much that I would do that. That's crazy. Probably no worry about rattlesnakes now, but there are cows, and they can be aggressive, especially the young ones. I've been chased when I was mountain biking at the park, and those young ones, they've got a chip on their shoulder. They got something to prove.
People that haven't been around, let's call them farm animals, they look at cows and things like that, and they just think, oh yeah, those things are so docile, they'll just kind of look at you, and you could walk right next to them. Not gonna do anything. Yeah, all even domesticated animals, if they get spooked or if they're in a nasty mood, even if it's a cow, you got to be careful.
Nice, friendly cow. Take some pictures of these cows, actually. I don't have my good camera with me, but got my iPhone. I'd like to get a picture of a lone tree with some cows around it, but don't have that. So I'm going to jump out of the car just for a second. KS6UJH.
Hey, W6PKJ, are you still there, Fred? Fred's gone.
on Marsh Creek that were pretty cool. Saw those the other day.
Wow, you don't usually see those out on the West Coast.
The cows I just took a picture of are just kind of your run-of-the-mill black cows on already really green hills. I mean, like emerald green hills and beautiful blue sky. I didn't bring my good camera because when I left it was really overcast, gray, and dreary. Now I regret that because there's this dead tree I want to take a picture of and do my editing on it.
Oh yeah, have you ever seen, I don't remember the breed name, but it's a cow that comes there, they call them Dutch cows. Have you ever seen any of those?
Dutch cow? No, I don't know that.
It's a Dutch breed of cow, and I'd never seen any before, and the ones I saw was the only ones I've ever seen since. And they were, you know, the little mountain range over here called Sonoma Mountain. You know, people have kind of small ranches up there. They graze cattle. And anyway, there's this dairy up there, and they have these Dutch cows. And they're the craziest things you... Their body is kind of bifurcated almost to the middle, and the front half of them, the back half of them are black.
You know, I might have seen those when I was in Sonoma, up in that area. I remember seeing a white and black cow. I like the brown and white ones. Skins on my couch. I like them so much. It's actually what my cat looks like. So I got those for the cat to lay on. He just blends in.
Yeah, now when we say cow, we're talking about milk cow.
Aries Races, net, tonight at 7 p.m.
My dad actually grew up on a dairy farm for part of his life. And whenever we'd go back to Wisconsin, he would take us. And there's like the most horrendous smells there, and he would like just breathe in deeply and go, you know, this is the life.
Is on the counter at the post office. I'm going to go to work. I do like my job. I enjoy the quiet time, and there's a lot of it when you're working by yourself. How are you today?
Oh, doing just fine, thanks. It's a day off. Got a couple errands to run, and I think I'm going to go take a short hike. Not sure which park, but one of the ones between Santa Rosa and Roner Park, somewhere up there in the hill, I think.
Hey, well, there's some choices over there. Yes, there are. My wife's into hiking. It was a nursing thing. They found...
It's not... They're kind of... The spots are kind of brownish red and white, and those things are called white-faced Herefords.
Faced Herefords, and those are dairy cows.
Oh, no, they're beef cows. White-faced Herefords are beef cows.
I find it to be a good stress reliever. I like the solitude, and I like to climb up high where I can get a good view of you know, the surroundings, get some peace and quiet.
Peace and quiet's very underrated. Well, what was your weekend like? I spent most of Sunday cleaning out the barn. It's amazing the stuff you can store. I gotta find a better way to store all the wife's outdoor pillows. She doesn't want them to be out there in the rain during the wet months, but she wants them to be fresh and ready to go in the spring and summer months. But they burn a ton of
kind of light to medium brown colors, and those are called Guernseys. And the black and white ones, I used to know the name of those. I can't think of what those are called, but those are the two primary breeds of milk cows, is the Guernseys and the
Boys in the Way.
Yeah, get some of those vacuum pack bags, you know, put them in there and then suck them down with the shop vac. That'll make them smaller.
Thinking about that, but we have a ton of them. What I was thinking was make a like a rack that you can lift and lower from a string, so you can load up the rack with all of the pillows, and then you could lift it up to the ceiling and then hang it there, so it's not taking up space on the barn floor. So here's something I was trying to teach her, is that all this
almost like zoo animals or museum animals, because the longhorns, they don't produce as much meat as the Herefords do, and blah, 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 so
using it every week, and B, you know, it takes a lot of money to replace that kind of thing. Or the $10,000 cable tensioning tool, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, my wife has two habits that take up a lot of space. Number one is pillows. They're everywhere. You can't sit on my couch without removing at least a half dozen of them. Same thing with the bed. And then the other one is Christmas decorations. And she's got closets and closets full of random Christmas decorations everywhere. In fact, she has so many that at the end of the Christmas season, she usually misses one or two or three things around
horns. And there was probably about 10 of them. That was a while ago, a couple of months ago, when it was before it started raining. But yeah, I'm going to head over there. I'm going to check out that dead tree too.
Chimney that's about 3 feet tall and I'll say 20 inches across, and it's supposed to pile up of toys in there, and kids are instructed to reach their hand down this little chimney and pull out these toys. And I was like, okay, well, if that's what you want. But, you know, it just takes up so much room. What is cool, though, is at my mom's house, she has a train set that was my dad's grandfather's. And I don't know, what's a very, very early Lionel train set. I mean, each of these trains is about the size of a shoe, and the train track is probably 3.5 inches.
2 and 4, and then it does a, what's it called, a crop zoom to 8. So it's still technically optical at that point. It's just cropped. And then you can get everything in between, but then you're doing different stuff.
Toy for kids back in those days. I have my dad's original Lionel set, which is circa 1940-ish. It's in great shape. It's a O gauge, but yeah, not quite as big as yours.
I don't know the names of those. I mean, I'm telling you, each of these trains is literally like the size of a shoe. And, I mean, these are big bastards. There's like cabooses. Is that the one at the very end of the train? There's regular passenger cars. There's the engine. And when you have them on, they've got a really particular old electronic smell to them. You know, there's blue sparks coming out when you look through these things.
What about, yeah, that's, on those little cameras, I don't think they have an adjustable iris in them or anything like that. You know, they do other.
Got track on top of track on top of track, so they must have had some master giant set. You know, I tried looking it up a couple times, and there's links to eBay. It's not as high priced as you might think, because I think it was mass produced and there's not a huge demand for it, but it's still ultra cool.
So back when I was growing up, there was this short-lived sitcom show called Silver Spoons with Ricky Schroeder. And the opening sequence was this kid riding on a toy train like that through the house. Probably a little bigger than what you were talking about, but I just had flashes of that.
Yeah. Cancerous spot on there.
Three malignant lumps, and the next iteration of it will probably be 4.
Till I get into my shop, I'll be listening. KD6 POC.
Photo, or some kind of wide to short telephoto set up in one lens, technically speaking. But I just looked up some information about the Longhorns, and yeah, they don't use them for food anymore. It doesn't look like, really. In fact, they're getting close to being a extinct varietal. It's estimated that in the whole world there's only about 3,000 head of Longhorns, and in the United States there's only about 1,200 Longhorn cattle in the whole country. In the U.S., only 1,200. So they're kind of like museum pieces.
Wow, so that's wild. So I wonder why they're out there. That is wild. And then, I mean, it's like such an iconic cow, too, right? In Texas. So symbolic. But I guess of it dictates.
Yeah, the Longhorns are kind of almost more like a wild cow in the sense that, just like all wild animals, they don't tend to have a lot of fat. And Longhorns have much less fat and all the juicy good stuff that people want in their steaks and things. Longhorns don't have nearly as much fat on them as like a Hereford, normal cattle. So they've fallen out of favor, and they're rare in the United States. And about the only time I see one on a regular basis is, I don't know if they still have this as their mascot, but the University of Texas, their mascot, they used to trot out this live cattle. They'd use that as their mascot, and they'd bring it out on the field at the beginning of the game, and I think I remember seeing them trot that big longhorn cow out in time or something. So that used to be their mascot down there at the University of Texas. Was the longhorn bull of some, I think it was a bull.
Oh. I didn't know they trotted out a live one. It's been their mascot. Yeah, I'm surprised by that. Anyway, the Longhorns here aren't to be found. There's a bunch of brown cows and black cows, kind of young ones. This is the field with the youngsters, the teenagers. And none of them have horns. So all this cattle talk reminded me of something. I was watching Korean television. Well, it was on YouTube. There's this guy, Korean guy. He goes around. He's like a barbecue. And so there's been a couple of episodes in Texas. He went to Franklin's Barbecue, which is in Austin. It's supposed to be the mecca of brisket. And the last episode, he visited some cattle ranch, and I can't remember the name of the cattle ranch now, but They call them dino ribs. And it was like the most incredible cut. And I've seen beef ribs in the grocery store, and it's like all bone. There's like no meat on it. So now, because my memory's been jogged, I'm going to go to Kinder's, which is a butcher, and see if I can order some beef ribs with a lot of meat on them.
Boy, don't you mess with Texas.
What was that?
Aren't they the long? I thought they were called Horn State. I should know that. I was stationed there. Longhorn and the Long Star. No, what is Texas. Boy, we got guns and cattle.
That's right. Everything's...
You know what they say about people wearing cowboy hats in Texas, don't you?
But it's a big state, though. My gosh. A lot of land, Texas. What's happening, my hams? My hammy hams. We're talking about beef. And we're pork. The other white meat.
The other white meat, yeah. So in Texas, one of the common sayings down there is the bigger the hat, the fewer the cattle.
My grandpa said that. Big hat, no cattle, or sometimes. Okay, hey Doug. Rodney, Dana, N6DTR. Leaving for Philippines Friday.
Dana? Yeah, that sounds fun. Philippines, how long will you be there?
45 days.
Wow, 45 days. And then you go, it's not like one of the big, it's not Manila, right? It's like you're kind of semi-rural.
I was just saying, that's going to be fun. You're going to have to hook yourself up with one of those little scooters while you're at Gundy's parents' place there. So Doug was saying, was asking you where you were, and go ahead and answer that.
Yeah, let's see, Doug. We're flying to the Big Island, which is Manila, right? Luzon. And then we're going to Gundy's Island, which is about a 1-hour flight, the same distance over the ocean from to San Diego. It's about an hour flight. We fly on another plane. And that's where I'll be, on Gundy's Island, which has a population of about 100,000 people. And she lives on the island of Negros, which is pretty nice. It's across from Cebu, which is 4 million people, the other island. And that's we'll be over there. Yeah, I'm going to scooter around. We're going to stay with Mom and Dad, my mom and Dad, for a little bit. And then we're taking them to Singapore. So we are taking them and we're trying to get them a tourist visa to visit U.S. for 3 weeks. So that's kind of the plan.
Why would you go to Singapore?
Okay, the reason we're going to Singapore is Mom and Pop, because they're Filipinos, are limited to places they can fly on a Filipino passport that doesn't require, like, a visa, right? So, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, those places. So we took them to Thailand, and now we're going to, because I was kind of cleverly thinking that them having 2 stamped countries will help show that that they're not a public charge and that they'll return back to their country, right? Because, that's one thing they're trying to find out on a tour, is they don't want to approve anybody who might abscond and not return back to their country, and then, just become illegal and disappear, or become a public charge. not like it. Not like it. It's very expensive. It's very orderly, though. Let me take my HT. I'm going to try to work someone over those Singapore hams. It's 6. Yeah, so somebody like you who likes slightly chaotic places like Mexico and etc., Singapore is just the opposite. Just the opposite. In fact, it's so rigid there, it's almost anxiety-producing, because in Singapore, if they catch you spitting on the street, if they catch you blowing a piece of gum out of your mouth on the street, you get arrested. Get fined. Yeah, I know. Like debauchery, yes. But, oh my God, what do you think, Doug? Oh, man.
Well, I'm thinking, it sounds like a lot of fun. Although I wouldn't want to get caned.
Yeah, right on. Okay, well anyhow, that's what we're doing. So I'm taking off Friday, and right now I'm heading over to my mom's. I'm going to go ride the scooters around, you know, those Honda scooters, the 250s. I'm going to ride them around a little bit. I got 3 in the garage to try to charge the battery. Just get them moving around, because I won't be around. That's what I'm doing. I'm over in Roseville now. If you guys know where that's at. Yeah, so I went to Singapore in the late 60s, and it was different there at that time because Singapore was still being run by the British when I was there. Once the British took a hike out of there, things got really... It was pretty stiff when even the British were running it because of the people... You know, the people that lived there. But after they left, man, it got super tight. You gotta be careful. But yeah, you get those little scooters cranked up and operable and all that. You know, they need to be run a little bit. So I'm not a real big motor guy to begin with. So somebody run them a little bit since they're gonna sit, and it's cold. So I think I'll go over there, mess around for an hour, cruise them around the neighborhood, go through the gears. I guess it's good for the clutch. A little clutch oil to go through the gears. Have you been there? I haven't. I don't know anything about Singapore, but I'm gonna find out. It was very extremely orderly. And very, very expensive, I noticed. Good looking at some pictures on the web. And, oh, by the way, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to you dudes. I don't know if I talked to you guys much at all, you know, back then, last year or whatever, when it was Christmassy or whatever. I might have talked to you guys a little busy. We went down to Mexico and hung out there for a little bit, and I haven't been on the radio much. I've tried to break in broke in once or twice, but you went to go eat, Rodney, and then I saw Cuban Lover. I saw Tony over a couple days ago. Heard him on the air.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Hey, I'm going to jump out. I'm at the butcher. I'm going to check out those beef ribs. K6UGH.
Colby, I think, ask your wife. Tell your wife that, well, you might already know, but I think the word is called Colby. Colby. Maybe that means beef rib.
I will check that out, or ask her. She's made them. They're awesome.
Yeah, because I learned that in Korea when I was stationed over there. That's the only thing I could memorize was the food. Some of the names. Bye, Dad. Back when you come back out, right? Well, I'll hear about your ribs. Yeah,
Yeah, don't talk about ribs. I crunched my ribs about 3 plus weeks ago. It hurt, boy. Quite a while for it to heal up.
I think I was talking to you. That was kind of back holiday time, right? Something happened. I remember. What did happen to you? What did happen to you? I can't remember. But I remember you said that you hurt your rib and you were all bent over. You were just recovering.
I don't know if you've ever had a rib injury. I've had one before, and it's brutal because you can't sneeze. If you sneeze, it's going to be like somebody sticking a knife in your side. If you cough, it's the same routine, blah, blah, blah. Bad. So what happened to me is I got my left ankle is... I injured my left ankle many years ago. About 40 years ago, I injured my left ankle, and I never got it surgically repaired. So, wrongly on my left foot, my ankle just hinges open, and I hit the ground immediately. It happens so fast, I don't hardly even realize it's happened until I'm laying on the ground. Down my driveway where I park my car, and it's just a gravel on the driveway there. And so I was just walking normally, and my toe dug into something, kind of a high spot, and my ankle hinged over, and I just fell to the ground. When that happens, it happens so quickly, you can't protect yourself in any way. You're just going to land the way you're going to land, and I landed right on my right side, and you fold, and you just hit unaware, and it's like dropping 5 feet out, 5 feet above the ground, and you just drop yourself like a bag of potatoes or something. That's kind of what happened. So I hit the gravel really hard and on my side, and then I scrunched up probably 4 or 5 ribs there where it hit, and yeah.
And you're a big guy, man. Oh my gosh, that must. Because you got a lot of mass going down. Sorry to hear that. I think you told me the story about your ankle. I think you said you and some guys were out carousing. Were you the ones who were at a bar or Navy or in the Navy or over there somewhere, and you just had your ankle put together just quickly or whatever?
No. How I tore my ankle up was me and a friend of mine had a landscape construction and maintenance company, and what were we doing today? I think I was resodding part of somebody's lawn, a big area. So when you resod something, you lay down a layer of kind of like type stuff to act as food for the sod initially until it roots itself in the ground. So I was carrying this big bag of, I don't remember what it was, some kind of composted material, and it was pretty heavy. It was probably a 40-pound bag on my and I was walking along, and this was an older house, and they had a sprinkler system that was designed back before they even had pop-up sprinkler heads. So it was just a sprinkler head, and they had little indentations in the ground where the sprinkler head would sit. You mowed the grass, you wouldn't hit a sprinkler head. So I stepped into one of those. I didn't see it. I stepped into it with this 40 pounds on my shoulder, and it just hinged my ankle back and forth, just cranked it. And basically what it did is it tore, there's two big ligaments on the outside of your ankles that was torn and gone. And so now my ankle just flopped wide open every time something like that happens.
Anytime you would misstep, oh God, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I do remember you telling me that story. And us talking how they used to be just like a solid piece of metal. I remember those. I remember those as a kid. They weren't plastic or nothing like. They were like, and they had, I don't know what it is, like a cutout on either side to put some kind of a sprinkler wrench on there. Things wrong with your foot barefoot on the front yard. Man, you knew it.
Yeah, they used to make the heads used to be made out of brass. And somewhere along the line, they developed a new type of, they looked, the old ones, it was just a head with a little nozzle that would, create a spray pattern. But then somewhere in the 50s, those same things, they developed a new head. It looks the same, but the center of it would just pop 2 or 3 inches or a couple of inches. Actually, you could buy them if they would pop up higher or not as high, blah, blah, blah. But a round cylinder would pop up that had the head on it, and it would raise it up above the grass line. But the older ones didn't have that. They just had, it was just, and they had to bury it down below the grass line because enough so you wouldn't hit it with a lawnmower. So, yeah, so this was an old school one. I hinged my ankle over really hard. It just tore it up. And I remember, stand up. I had to crawl back to my truck and pull myself up in the seat of my truck just to leave this place. I couldn't stand up.
KO4.
Oh man, that is. That is not good. You're getting a little better now, aren't you? Kind of recovering. I know. I've never had a rib injury, but I've known a lot of people that have. They can't breathe. Right? Hurts just to breathe in. Any movement at all just hurts.
Yeah, it's a sharp pain.
KD6, KWV, KD6, KWV. This is 2 Echo 0, call flight data calling over.
For one of my electives, it wasn't an elective. You had to take a physical education class to graduate. So I took this class called The Psychology of Running.
Ridiculous. I had it plugged into the main supply to charge it up. And then, when I realised you was coming through the computer's audio system, and then you started dying away because I turned the computer off.
Well, the way your body produces these endorphins, and those endorphins are kind of this chemical that your body releases at a certain point when things are getting very difficult physically while you're running along.
What I'm seeing over here looks kind of scary. They're talking about the polar vortex, and I'm watching something where I follow this guy. He's a geophysicist, Stefan Burns.
Aries Races, net, tonight at 7 p.m.
I used to do a lot of backpacking and stuff, so I was in pretty good shape, but being physically strong and being able to run a long distance are two different things, you know, because your lung capacity gets involved and all this other stuff. So I was out there and
actually used the word very. Well, on the weather forecast I see tonight, we're not, because I'm not actually in London, there's
just heaving in and out like somebody been shot with a bullet or something, you know. And basically what happened is that my lungs were working so hard that I actually tore the webbing between one of my ribs on my side. Just
maybe London itself will suffer, but not me. At the moment it's raining outside. They said if it were to snow, it would just turn to slush anyway. But, well, let's just have I don't think...
Down out here, which was, you know, I couldn't, if you laughed, you know, it was like somebody stabbing you, you know, so I don't remember how long it took for me to get over that. It was longer than a month, though, and, you know, at the time I was young, I was going out to bars and... You know, while I was injured like that. I said, don't make me laugh.
Yeah, I know. It's like a guy who, I get it. That's funny. Well, and you're getting better now, though. You sound, when I was talking to you,
one of the biggest solar flares in like 20 years or something like that. And right when that occurred and hit the Earth, bam, all of a sudden that vortex popped up.
But it's completely healed up now. So I'm good, but it took over a month for this all to kind of heal back up, so it wasn't super painful. Now it's completely healed up, no problem, but while that was going on, normally I'm a side sleeper, and I
was back in 1966 when we was well and truly covered in snow. Using the snow shovel with me old man, Dad.
You know, so that kind of disrupted me getting any kind of decent sleep for quite a while too.
I know how that is. I'm a side sleeper too. Either side. Man, it's funny you bring that up. That's what I'm dreading about the trip, you know? It's like
a helicopter from RAF Manson down by the southeast coast of Kent was busy flying supplies all day to us. Water, bread and milk.
Easily, I don't have to crawl over people. I'm a bigger guy, right? I'm kind of a husky guy, right? And I don't want to be crawling over people because that's a pain. You know how it is. So I didn't want to have a window seat. So Gundy got me an aisle seat, and maybe I can walk up and down the plane a little bit.
Sure, it's probably over. Well, I sure hope you don't have to embrace anything like that again, Nick. That's what I'm, worried about. It looks like a unusual, unorthodox, very big...
I remember when I flew from Travis to the Philippines, we had to stop and refuel in Guam.
Now it's a non-stop. So I think that's the 777ER extended range, I believe. And
already been a few catastrophes, but I don't know any specifics. Well, That was pretty bad then. Now, since I've lived up in this house, we had a snowfall.
It's just, you know. And then they take off at night. And then it just seems like they fly forever. But it is nonstop.
Alright, well that's something. Yeah, when I flew over,
because she only stood 6 inches high anyway. I had a small Jack Russell. And anyway, I was going out the paper shop and, yoo-hoo! I say, are you going up the shop? Yes, madam.
To the military to take, you know, military people back and forth from Vietnam or the Philippines or whatever. But our flight, you know, we refueled in Guam, so we were just down, fuel, and back up. And our flight was about 13 hours.
But it was only a passing flurry, that's all. Inside 2 hours of laying just a couple of centimetres on the floor, it was gone by the other.
There, of course, but they didn't carry passengers. They were a freight outfit.
I thought, I can't remember, we flew on some aircraft that was contracted. Did do that all the time. I can't remember what it was.
But then I look back and I'm all, it really says Barry. Well, yeah, it just made me think about you because I was like, you know, anytime I see something in the UK, my eyebrow goes up. Yeah, I wonder what nickname.
What kind of plane are you going to take, Doug?
I think it's a 787, non-stop. It's a boutique airline, a Korean boutique airline. You can...
On an island's got it to be covered. It's all the way down the east coast, just before us, and then it's over London, so they say. So we might have a bit of it, but not a lot. All the west country's got it too, so that's everything from the west coast.
2,500. It's almost $6,000. It's like $3,000 each way. It's like, oh, God, I can't do that. And then there's this boutique airline, and they've got something called, what do they call it? It's like Coach Plus, or it's not Economy Plus.
I feel, you know, grateful. I mean, it's 52 degrees outside, and I'm thinking about, you know, I have a friend I talked to on Zello, and what did she tell me? She said, I think she said it was 20.
Deal. That's a deal. I think Gundy, that's great. I think Gundy said we spent $600 or $700 each person, each way. So yeah, so I think we spent $2,700. Those all the business class and all that upgrades.
7 degrees.
Well, here today, we've been sitting in a breeze of 70 degrees and a maximum of 80 degrees.
First class, business class. Boy, it's the same distance. I need that money to spend on the ground.
She spent most of that bringing her parents out last year. They're like in their 80s, 84. So they over.
Well, they had to pay their bonuses, Mick.
Yes,
it hurts, but I can do it. And then I realized that was the price just to get there, and then it doubles to get back home. And holy cow, you know! And then I can't fly business class and have her.
Instead of trying to fill their own pockets. This DBS check that they're doing now, our police over here, you're going to love this. The lady MP that's in charge in the government, in the Commons there.
Fly every day. They fly every other day. So that's like one issue. I guess, you know, there's a little bit of a risk, like if there's weather or something, but I'm not going to worry about that.
Excellent. We're flying PAL, Philippine Airlines. They're the only ones that we're going to fly direct.
Which is going to form. You're going to just love this one. Everybody that's going to be in this new police force has got to have a little plastic label on their arm, and they'll be pushing what they call their license into that, so that they can be seen that they are licensed to be.
Gundy's parents are 70, like 2, 3, and we're just starting to get them to travel. Now, have you brought, okay, let me ask you this. You brought your parents here, they have a tourist visa, so they came over maybe? Or did you do that for them? I think Korea's easy to get over on a tourist visa.
It almost seems like I chose the wrong business to be in. You know? Seems like honesty, integrity, morals and values, that doesn't get you paid.
Yeah. That was pretty easy. But I wanted to say something about visas. I heard you talking about it. I had my nephew, when my nephew came out to live with me for 6 months. And so I applied for a visitor visa.
A CCTV body camera, a Motorola or similar pocket radio, which also talks to them as well as everything else, makes phone calls, whatever. They, you can tell by the way some of those police
wear something different, maybe get a haircut, and the next time you applied, it was okay.
Philippines is different, so you have to make an appointment, and then you have to do some of these biometrics, and then you have to go to an interview.
For some time back, trained to be a policeman, and I said to my missus, I tell you why he's trained to be a policeman. She said, why? I said, because his family are noted to being vicious people. He pulled a motus over. The motus was about 28.
They overstay and then they never go back. And then they eventually become a public charge and just blah, blah, blah. You know the deal. So, yeah. But Korea has a good relationship with us. Philippines has a good relationship too, but it's poor. It's one of the poor countries where they know, hey, people, you know, so they don't always approve of them.
Right. Bloody nose and other cuts to his face sorted out. And then he had to explain to the police sergeant in the office as to why his face ended up like that. And all he told him was he would not obey my...
Like 26 years old or something like that, right? Because they know, red flag, you're coming from Philippines, you're never going back. You're 26, you'll overstay. You just get a job here under the table.
Oh, for sure. And I had to do that. I did that twice. Because with my first wife, you know, we did the
situations, and you know, to be fair to our first responders, you know, not every situation is equal, and there are instances where force needs to be utilized because of the context of the situation.
Become a public charge. If he does, I'm responsible for him. And yeah, so I know that. So update on the ribs. I'm almost home. So on the ribs, I'm disappointed to say that they don't sell ribs. So what I'm going to have to do...
And I think, you know, out here in the U.S., we're trying to make a difference when it comes to our police force in all the different communities. But we're just so bloody...
ribs.
Those are the kind of ribs that look like bones?
Yeah, mostly bones, so it's the meat in between. So in that sense, it's like those Korean short ribs.
Pass on the ground, that's where it's going to be planted. Immediately. But I certainly am on your side, Mick. The abuse and the partial terrorist acts and going against people's
airplanes. When I flew over to the Philippines, we were on something that was like 727, that kind of size of big plane. And it had, I don't know how many seats were in that thing. There was a lot of them. But
my license and registration, I will comply immediately. And, but, you know, Mick, you got to realize sometimes they're dealing with the lowest forms of life that don't give a crap about anybody around them. And that's when they act against law enforcement and
seats. And so what was pretty common, and what I did was I just, you know, lifted up all the handles, and I had a whole row of seats, so you just lay down on this row of seats, and then at the end of the seat where your head was, there would be an arm there.
I agree with you. There's a lot of abuse out there with those that hold power.
Okay, Bobby, I've heard you out. Yep. It's that time again, Bobby. At least everything's working as it should have been. And the phone's unplugged and the computer's off and all that lot. And everything.
I flew on Pan Am.
Nice. Okay. I'll call you guys back in a bit. I just pulled up here. I want to get out before the sun leaves. I'll call you guys back in a little bit when you get home.
I was amazed how many people in America, when they see wildlife, like the mother of some little chicks and stuff, was caught up in a bit of fence or something, and cars were just driving past. One car out of 5 pulled over. 3.
Well, I'll have to take a closer look at them and figure out what I need to do. Hey, so I'm in front of the garage. I'm gonna bail out. So it's good chatting it up with you guys. 7-3. I might be out a little bit later. KS6UGH.
Whatever you want that party, I just want to look forward to tomorrow night on 20 Jimmy over.
All right, Mick, great to hear you today. Thanks for the good QSO. I appreciate you, your time, and your friendship.
My first pair of skis had look bindings on them, and then I went to a full step-in binding, and I don't remember the brand. It might have been, what were those? Rosignol or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know, my second pair of skis were Rosignols with the marker bindings, the springs. They're all step-in now, Rod.
Good afternoon, Rod and Fred, KN6B.
Michael, we've just been talking snowboarding, skiing, and such like that today.
There are bindings that you didn't step into. You just kind of got your boot in there and strapped them up. But yeah, the step-ins were kind of like a holiday out on the slopes. If you did something and you released your bindings, you just set it there and step right back into it, and away you go.
what I got for my snowboard. I got step and boot binding set up. You know, I don't sit down in the snow. I go click my second one in, go away.
Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I haven't eaten lunch yet. I just saw it was 2:30. I'm late. So have at it. Fred, 7-3s. Michael, 7-3s. 76 PKJ.
All right, Rod, you missed it. Yeah, but get some food in you there. Always good talking with you. 73.
Indeed, there. Yeah, enjoy your supper there, Rod. Good to hear from you. Take care. Anyway, Fred, yeah, I'm just on the way home from work. Did you do field day?
Yeah, we did field day. Only 3 operators. Me, our president John, and Chris, KJ6DLF, and yeah, we have those filters for our club that you don't get receive interference.
Yeah, great. Well, good. So, did you guys work at Brandon Island?
We worked at Benicia State Park, right on the water. It was beautiful. It was sunny and pretty warm. It was like 61. But I wouldn't say it's that warm, but it was nice. I got sunburned on my face. We got a I think it was 200 and 200. Oh boy, I don't remember exactly. 216. We got the satellite multiplier, the 6-band multiplier.
Oh, that sounds great. Yeah. So I'm sorry, VVR.
VVR, W6 VVR. I don't know if we worked any of you guys.
Good. Yeah. Well, K6S. Yeah. I didn't go. I didn't participate directly, and walked up to Beals Point, and we're thinking if the fog cleared up, she would go walk with me, and so we did. We walked up there and found Alan, K6JWR Club President, Joel AI6TG former President, and a few other hams up there. They worked for Sierra Victor, and so you guys were 3 Oscar. What are you in Sierra Victor or East Bay?
3 Oscar Echo Bravo. Yeah. What else I gotta tell you? So we worked. John worked 20 the whole time. I worked 40, and Chris worked 15, and I worked 15 and 40. The 2-meter contact and 220 contacts.
Oh, good. Yeah, I think from what I heard last night, we're doing. I don't know if I told you we're doing Simplex Digital now. Kim, KE6. Oh gosh, why am I brain frozen on that one? He's a long time former club president. KE6 RKX. Yeah, he went and started the Simplex Digital mode. Last Sunday he did D-Star, and last night I just checked in and out that he was going to do C4 Fusion, C4 FM Fusion. I don't know how that went last night. Just went in and out on that net, but we're starting to do our own version.
Well, that's good. Yeah, so it was good. There's lots. Okay, so Benicia Club was in the same park, which is funny. So those guys got 220 because I don't know. Well, everybody in Benicia Club does 220, and then I do 220. So and then I got Chris up on the hill there in Benicia. He came down on his bike. He didn't per se, but I got him at home. So for one of the 220 contacts, really you only need one of the 220 or 2-meter contact. You don't need a bunch of them. That just works for your, it's still, points for contact, but it works, works for multiplier.
Well, sounds good, yeah. Yeah, I think from what I remember last night when we were on the net, Alan, K6AW got on board, he said about maybe not 198 or maybe around 200 contacts. You guys are pretty close. Yeah, well, and I think they did work some multipliers too. I think we covered all the bands, even the 1.25 meters? No, what is that meters? What's a 1200 megahertz band?
1.2 gigs. I tried 900 and 1.2 gigs, but nobody Yeah, but that's those line of sight, and we're kind of in a bowl there on Mount Grizzly and the State Park.
I copy that for sure. Yeah, I copy that. Yeah, I think I forgot what the bands we did, but I'll probably listen in tonight on our Elmer TechNet. Great KQ670 will run that for sure too. Well, good. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Yeah, I did a couple of contacts on HF, and I was able to get a 440 for our club for my home base, which I count. I did a couple of one Hotel Sierra Victor, and so it wasn't too bad. Yeah.
6 bands in 2 different modes. So we got the digital. He did the WinLink thing, so it was pretty good.
It's 6BX here. Just want to give that repeater timed out. Yeah, I think. And with this unsure weather, with the fog and all that, was very good. I'm glad it all worked out very well. So, yeah, we had a good field day. Yeah, Summerfield, we're going to have to see what we're going to do, because we've been at Davis Ranch for years, at fruit stand and Slough House on the way to. Place out. One place is the back of one of our fellow habs, K6RLB. Rob lives up in Somerset, outside of Placerville, so that it might be a last resort, a Plan B possible site. So we'll see what happens.
Fred is picking up this special package.
Hey, Donkey, perfect timing, man. Well, good. Yeah, they went down to Benicia Park, and they had about 200 plus contacts, and there too. And North Hills did theirs at Beals Point, Folsom Lake State Park. It was cool. Both of our clubs had 200 plus, 200 or so contacts, so it was pretty good.
All right, congratulations. You guys have any food?
On the way back from Beals Point, I think they were all set up for camping, so they had it I think they were set up quite well.
Nice. You get the Whopper Junior meal deal?
We did Whopper Juniors and O-rings, kept it very simple. Hey, fast food ain't cheap anymore, man.
Right, Pastor Michael. Yeah, I know. It's just way too expensive for my blood.
Right now on their way out of work.
I'm running for the gate, yes, off of state property. Yay!
What's the weather like right now?
It's just like 65 degrees, partly cloudy, not partly cloudy, but it's mostly sunny, some wispy thin clouds.
A little 60s in our area, same thing, little slight haze. You get a little bit of a hazy view of the Sierra snow. There's still snow left, but for sure, we need more storms here pretty soon. Maybe once things calm down the eastern half of the country, we'll start seeing storms on our end. Seems that way all the time. Very interesting about our national climate. If it's calm here, it's stormy the rest of the way. How ironic. But, oh well. The way creation grows. Oh well.
If it's nice here, it's got to be bad someplace else. The yin and the yang. So yeah, it's unseasonably warm here. So it's got to be crappy someplace else.
Well, right now we got the sub-zero the rest of the country too, even down the southeast. Pretty brutal. So I think it's known even at parts of Florida. That does happen from time to time.
That's true. And alright, so you should be just about home?
After my mess, I'm over at Auburn and Mass, if you know that, in certain intersections near the Les Targettes. Not too far from home. and today is my son's turn to go for shopping. He gets home a little later, but it's all good.
When's on Mondays and when is Costco? Fridays?
Yeah, Roger, usually Fridays for sure, too. Anyway, let's see if Fred's back on there. W1FRT? Take care of the stuff there, right there for sure. Yeah, I got a few more moments before I get back home. Yeah, anyway, that was a good field day from us. Sounds like our club did a good job, and it looks like Fred's and Manisha did fine too. That's funny how apparently both parks, both clubs are at the parks, so turned out well. In fact, one of our hams, Jimmy, another guy for Simone, he's a visually inconvenienced ham, but he's very good. Good conversation with him, and they also did as well at Folsom Lake State Park. So did POTA and field day.
Oh, Jimbo. Okay, yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Good job. This is a mighty K6IS.
I think it's Jimmy's suffix FMB.
Sounds vaguely familiar. Okay.
There's a few people. I mean, you and Fred and a handful of other hams I could know by memory, but the other ones I had to kind of think a little bit. Like my brain fogging was I talk to them all the time. Oh well. KN6BXX.
Get a brain fart in public. It's all right.
Occasionally get a brain freeze too if I drink some cold beverage, even during the summertime. So I always have to be mindful of it.
It's hard to keep a straight face when you freeze your brain.
Yeah, you have a frozen beverage now, so it gets to be 70s plus. I'll pull off on the frozen beverage till things warm up for sure too. Anyway, I got a couple more minutes here. So, what are you on the road about 4:30 or so usually on your days off and your work days?
Oh yeah, usually usually on the road by.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I didn't catch it this morning. I stayed on to about 20 to 5. I parked and stayed in my wrap for a few more minutes. Yeah, I think this weekend or a couple of weekends we're going to go and retire my Nissan. There's the check engine light just keeps on. I had to check the reset. It came back on again, and the money we're putting into it. And Linda started, we got some money set aside. We'll get another one. We'll probably go for a Corolla.
So what's triggering the code? Did they pull the code numbers on it?
That's right. I asked about that. I think that look at the invoice. Couple test drives, but nothing came up. So I don't want to fork out money to have it checked again, or go to the Nissan dealership, have it checked again. Then have a couple training issues before, in the past. I had a warranty, thankfully, but I don't know. I guess that the Nissan, I hope they're better now, but not so long ago the Nissan sedans had tranny issues.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it'd be kind of interesting to know what is triggering the code and get the code number. Could be something simple.
Yeah, I talked to Linda about that too, but I think at this stage we have 86,000. And Linda figures, we got money saved up. Why don't we just go and just cut a loss and get some brand new? And the Toyota would be a good choice. The Corolla's a good, Toyota's good, reliable vehicles. And the only exception with the RAV was those water pump. Only because I didn't drive it enough, I guess, because rough enough, especially hot weather. You have a little bit of kind of lubricate a little bit with the gasket. The gasket was dry and cracked, so I was like underdriving it. So that's the only thing it cost us. Otherwise, it's been very reliable.
Yeah, the Toyota. Okay, yeah. Okay. God, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what 86,000. Oh, for me, that'd still be a brand new vehicle.
Yeah, I know. I think she's more. And then Linda's
Linda's always been a very financially conservative person, but, you know, we've been blessed in ways where we have money and more saved up. We've always, you know, let's put that, I mean, some people have very, very little money. They'll still go on and go on some vacation or buy an RV or something like that. We'll never have that. I mean, forget it. Even if we win the lottery, I think we'll still live a modest life. I mean, I don't know. And some people live like they have a lot of money, but they live very simply, or even pinch pennies, literally.
As long as the new vehicle has some sort of mount for a radio, so we could stay in communication with each other, so we don't lose touch.
I got the mag mount. I got the low profile mag mount. I bought a new one, so I don't have to switch out the antennas all the time. And with the slide mount bracket for both vehicles, for the FTM 150, it's going to work out pretty well. And I'll probably keep it stick rip plug. I don't know if I ever will hardwire the newer vehicle. Just.
Roger, that sounds good. Now you should be pretty, banana my mouth. Now you should be pretty close to home.
Ooh, you're good, man. You're a very good timing. Yes, you are. Yes, I am at the driveway to pop open the door.
Right, 73, yeah.
You and Fred take care. Fred, you're out there. You take care. Stay safe. All right, 73 is Derek. And hang in there, man. Remember, you get a paycheck, save some money, and buy more radios. Ha-ha.
That's right. Tomorrow is coming. Okay, 73. Have a good everybody. A6 DJB, W1FRD.
Keep it up, donkey. Keep it up. All right, I'm out of here, guys. I'm clear. KN6BXX. Peace.
I win. W1FRD, did I win? Right when he was ending, you were beginning. It's like giving birth.
Got you, Fred. Yeah, you take care, Fred. I'm pulling the garage around. Blessings to you guys. Catch you later. We'll be clear. KN6BXX.
Anyways, I thought I'd win because I'm right here by the repeater.
Sometimes you can be a little too close. The pickle is sensitive.
It's sensitive. Derek, what's going on, man?
Out enjoying the beautiful weather. Just driving home from work. Trying to get home as fast as possible so I could sit on my own toilet.
Nothing like sitting on your own toilet. Anyways, I'm, picking up the daughter from school.
That's your secret package, your Colombian gold.
Have a doctor's appointment. Video call. We'll see what. Yeah, I'm fucking curious to go with her. WA6FTI, WA6FTI, you around anywhere? KN606.
I don't know. I got to do some more training.
Yeah, that's what we're going to talk about. I'm going to say, it's just not coming back as fast as when I was younger.
Eating enough protein?
He talked to you earlier, you had the laundromat or something, huh?
There you are, KN606. Yeah, we're back. We've been back. Made a nice improvement over this morning. This morning was 25. Now it's up to 76. So we had a...
Yeah, I do 3 sets of 10, and when I can do it easily, then I bump the weight up. Not easily, but without straining the last 2 reps.
Not swearing on the last 2 reps. God, mother, no!
5 degrees this morning there, Joe. So, kind of cool. But it's now up to 76.
Yeah, leave the Clear Lake area to get real warm. Yeah, at any given time.
I want to go back. But, yeah, I mean, I'm just a supervisor, and that's just one of the job requirements, lift up to 50 pounds. And I think that's with most of the jobs there.
Yeah, okay. The supervisor of loss prevention. At least that's what I for about 9 o'clock today.
Yeah, over in Indiana where I grew up, man, they've been getting into minus over there. That storm blowing through there, just missing Chicago, actually. And, Dr. Brock.
He's the official doctor of Mother Earth.
Yeah, I don't want to go back. I mean, I don't know. If I was a little bit older, I just wouldn't go back.
You think there's a way you could retire? Yeah, maybe there's a way.
He used to be out here living in Stockton. He moved to South Carolina. They got a hell of a storm through there.
Yeah, some places had half to 2 inches of ice. You can imagine what a 2-inch ice storm would do to somebody's big antennas.
They're youngsters.
59 in May 29th. That's my birthday. And then a half a year, then I can get my money without that IRS penalty. I got to talk to someone. How do I get my money and pay tax now?
It got like minus 60 with a wind chill a couple different times back there, and trying to rain and snow and sleet. Pretty crazy, man. Icicles were coming off the house, and they were all the way to the ground.
And they even showed on the news, I was looking at an article.
I did. I don't know when she'll retire.
Told you to stay away from those young women. See, now look.
These little snowballs out in the middle of the field moving by themselves.
Almost like this Sierra cement up in the mountains here. Yeah, if it ain't quite cold enough, and then all of a sudden it runs into stuff that's too cold.
Smells like garbage.
That's that really high bridge that Rodney is afraid of?
Oh, no, this is the Napa one, the one that crosses over the Napa River.
It has this big arch.
It's got kind of an arch, yeah, not as bad as the one that Rodney's afraid of.
Barely hit 50 if it did.
Well, yeah, that area was fogged in. When we went out there working on his antenna, I was standing in the street. I couldn't even hardly see my son on the scaffold.
Yeah, that's kind of bad, really. So. But it's nice today, but we're a little higher than they are. We're about 1,400 feet here.
You guys are that high up, huh?
There are hills all around me, at over 4,000 feet.
Yeah, I never much thought about it. I told my race car that way and go around Clear Lake to get over to 101. Yeah, and my wife graduated high school there in Kelseyville. We used to go up there all the time.
I always thought it was kind of funny here in Clear Lake. Clear Lake doesn't have a high school, even though it's the largest city around the lake. They have to go to Lower Lake for the high school. There's a high school in Lower Lake. There's a high school in Kelseyville. There's a high school in Lakeport and Upper Lake. But Clear Lake doesn't have a high school.
Where do they bus those kids to?
They go down to Lower Lake High School, which is only 3 miles away.
You know, I'm trying to picture where you live roughly. I take all over it and over to Kelseyville. I don't know much about the place. I just drive through there.
Well, if you're going on 29 will go along out to Kelseyville,
I'm on 29 and 53. So if you went up 3 miles from there, that's Clear Lake. Clear Lake has about 15,000 people as opposed to other places. But it's funny that it doesn't have a high school.
It has a damn switch keeps dropping out on me. It has a middle school and a grade school.
It has a middle school and grade school, but no high school. So, and also Middletown has a high school too, which is about 15 miles from here. So.
Yeah, not too bad. I hear you, Rod.
You were in Napa the other day.
Was in Napa the other day, yes.
I heard you.
Okay.
Were you out there counting wine tasting, counting grapes?
No, because it's always funny. They say, okay, we'll be from 12 to 2. And then something comes up, and you just leave after their time frame. And when you get back, there's a note on the door. Sorry, we missed you.
Yeah, leave it to Gus to do something like that to him.
Mobile.
This is the WA6YGD repeater.
It's okay, good.
W6VVR repeater.
Kurt Chunk, stupid radio keeps dropping out. KI6WXP. Good afternoon, Fox. Yeah, you got your new radio back in line. Yeah, I guess you could say that. The way I got it fixed is, it looks stock, but you just barely gotta push it in now. And that audio is hot. Yeah, you have to pull that one away from your soup coolers. Soup cooler, that's a good one. Yeah, I'm about 8 inches away right now. Got a sensitive microphone, yeah, okay, that's better. Yeah, 2 days in a row, they're on afternoons. Have you been on any of the other bands? Yeah, 20 meters and 80, 40. And I've been on other repeaters today. Of course, I just got in the house. I was back. Very nice. And when are you supposed to put up that VHF antenna? What, sometime next year or when? Yeah, probably spring, early summer. If that, I don't know. I might be pushing myself. It depends on when.
6CX repeater.
May end up being in the fall because of the way the trees are growing, which is good. I'm not in a hurry. I kind of noticed that with my trees. They didn't really grow too much last year. Trim everything around this place that needs it when I rent that lift. Yeah, that's the way to go. Because landscapers, man, they're out of sight with prices. They're losing mind.
Yeah, you're not kidding, that's for sure. It's like, hey, we can charge whatever we want. Okay, well, you won't get any of my money, sorry.
Yeah, there's fools that don't pay that kind of price. I'm not one of them. I could rent the lift. I could rent 3 of those lifts for the weekend cheaper than paying them idiots.
There you go. Get all your work done, and you get it done better.
I've done, you know what I mean? How was work today?
Not too bad. Didn't really do too much of anything. I worked for about an hour in the morning. And then they said, here's this phone. We'll call you when we need you. Okay. And worked for about an hour in the afternoon, and that was it.
CSJ monitoring All-Star repeater for
WXP. Yeah, I've been humping it all morning. Cleaning gutters, weed eating, running the tractor, moved the trailer. I don't know, looking for a hubcap. I can't remember if that hubcap flew off. We got lucky and it fell off twice trying to pull out of a parking lot. Yeah. Some fit that is.
K6EJB. What vehicle was it on?
It was on my race trailer for the race car.
Yeah. Okay. I guess that hubcap said, you know what? I'm going to leave here and find a new home.
I got to call my son and ask him if it flew off or did we get lucky and find it. Yeah. So we pulled out of a McDonald's once and it fell off. Pulled out of my driveway and it fell off. You know, the rest of them fit just fine, man. I don't know what's up with this thing. I was wanting to figure it out.
Think it's the hubcap or is it the rim? Well, all the rims should be the same. Yeah, maybe it's just a defective hubcap.
Every time it fell off, I switched them. Yeah, I think it's the rim. Too much paint built up on the damn thing from the past.
Could be. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Just a baby moon. You've seen them before. It just covers the lug nuts.
Yeah. They look nice.
Old school. That trailer was built in 58.
Lord, yeah, 10 years before I was born.
Yeah, you're born, what, 67?
68.
I could have done the math, but I could have sworn you said. No, Denise was born about the same time as you, 67.
Right, yeah. You graduated high school about the same time, yeah.
I think she got out in 85. Does that sound right?
That's correct, yeah, because I graduated.
That cat can open every cabinet in here, man. And they got magnets on them.
Smart cat. It's more human than cat.
And then he was watching me open my desk drawer. Sucker, he's starting to try to open those now.
Looks like there's a cat right there. Is that Toast?
Oh, the damn car horn.
Oh, okay.
Good microphone, huh?
Oh, yeah, that thing is sensitive. Yeah, I could hear that.
Damn.
Yeah, that's to get rid of any crust or dust on the inside. Yeah, no, it's good to have that radio back. It's, wow. It's been out of service how long?
Yeah, I don't remember. Probably over maybe 2 years.
Oh, yeah, well, it's been that long, because I remember, yeah, we were all complaining of that bale thing, and then you drilled the mic hole out on the bale thing, and it was like, hey, the bale thing don't sound too bad.
It made a difference to that rotten thing, huh?
Yeah, it didn't sound like a bale thing anymore, that's for sure.
Now this one, I gotta remember my normal voice. It's like running my hollow mic
is this Thursday, Friday? Out there doing 10-meter FM.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, how about winter field days? Did you do anything?
Never with you.
Oh, sorry about that. How about winter field day?
No, I didn't do anything. I was at work most of the day, and time I got home, I heard a few stations, but yeah, no, I didn't participate.
Yeah, Chris and them LZR, they were camping out there, burning paint off of barrels.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. Well, I definitely missed that.
Jeff OQK got up a new repeater up on my back of that 440 machine.
Good, huh? Okay. You got all the frequency information? If you do, you'll have to text it to me.
Yeah, I got it in my room written down. I got the phone right here, but my memory sucks. Well, it used to be a lot better, but anymore it sucks. I know where it's written down. I'll text it to you.
Roger. When you go into the big radio room.
Let me happen in a minute. One's up that room. I'm still not happy with this switch. I'm going to make it right.
You have to take it apart again?
Yeah, it ain't that big a deal. It's more of a pain in the arse to get the rubber off of the switches. Like 4 micro switches in there. One of them controls. The other is a light, and I think there's a memory switch and a PTG.
Not bad. And plus you got your bail thing on standby as a backup.
Yeah, that one. The more I use this stupid thing, the better it's getting, though.
Yeah, you'll be back in... Good afternoon.
Welcome, this is the W6CX repeater.
Yeah, and that 440, you gotta hear that bad boy.
Nice. So who put up the new repeater? What was the call sign again?
The last 3 are OQK.
Gosh, that sure does sound familiar.
Yeah, to do with a lot of machines.
W6CX repeater.
Good afternoon. The time is 3 p.m.
That machine. I'd like to see if I could trigger it from down in the ghetto.
57 degrees.
That's a good song.
It is, see? Yes.
I grew up right there in it too, buddy. I'll tell you what, right outside of Chicago.
Yeah, this morning. Did you talk to anybody back there? How cold was it?
I don't know, man. I think they all have frozen phones. Ain't nobody get back to me.
Snow turned to sleet and ice, and you're falling down, busting your ass. Oh, butt, sorry.
I've seen a commercial. You've probably seen it. The idiot's trying to shovel snow with a piece of plywood. The other guy's walking down the driveway and eats it.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. I just don't get it, but yeah, it's a cold one. Yeah, I guess it's not really so cold to the cold country. They just kind of layer up and get on with life.
Yeah, it's just you're from one vehicle to a house to wherever you work. You're trying to stay warm the whole time. Yeah, I don't miss it a bit. But I texted my buddy. I said, "Hey man, I think I just saw you on a commercial." He knows the commercial too. And it was like 13 degrees today. It's like, wow, that's kind of weird. I was talking to Kent on another repeater over there in Clear Lake. Started off in the 20s, and it's damn near 80 right now. Oh, that's a big temperature swing, yeah. I didn't think it was going to be as warm as it is right now, but yeah. This morning. But then again, you know, it is January, so I guess I really shouldn't be complaining. So all my buddies, man, I'm sitting around in a t-shirt. What do you think of me now? All right, we got t-shirt weather. Meanwhile, they're down in the teens and 0 and negative numbers. We used to go hunting all the time in this weather. As long as you keep moving, you're okay. But if that wind picked up, man, you know that nothing could keep you warm, man. I ain't lying to you. It just cuts right to the bone. You know, there's times I was wondering if I was going to make it to somewhere to get warm. It was so cold, man. Yeah, I know what cold is. But you know what? This weather out here in the mornings is a weird, different cold. Not like that cold when you got that pause. Hey. I think the key out here is a windbreaker. No, yeah, you're right about that, yeah. That'll keep your bones from getting cold. But anyway, I'm going to put this on standby. Good hearing you, Derek. You're probably down there. Oh, get the 440 out, and I'll get that piece of paper, and I'll do some texting. Roger, yep, I appreciate that. Yeah, we're almost home. We're just passing good old Marine World. I know you know exactly where I'm at. 73, always great to hear your voice, even in the afternoon. Well, thank you, Derek. And I started to watch a couple of your YouTube jobs, but I got sidetracked. I think maybe instead of TV, I'm going to watch some of those tonight. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, those things aren't going anywhere. Whenever you find time, you just take a look at them. All right, Joe, 73, say hi to the cats for me. You bet. I really got a whole bunch sitting up there waiting for Denise to show up. You know what he's going to do to her. Oh, yeah. KI6WXP, thanks for the use of the machine. As I drive in this home. Down that long, lonesome road. Hey, there he is! The strangers in the dark. Yeah, the smartest man in amateur radio. K6IJQ. Good afternoon. Oh, good afternoon there. Hooked up the other radio and... UA6CIE clear. I'm on the 2730. Oh, wow, I forgot you had that radio. Yeah, full duplex. That's a good little radio. Yeah, it's a good radio, good audio, and the receiver decent, and no complaints there. I still can't get over that 750. Holy Toledo! I wonder what they're gonna have the price on that. What that's gonna be? Oh, yeah. Depending on the price of that thing, yeah. I mean, I would only be getting it just to get on 220, and they sure don't. They're sure not enticing me to get on 220 with 20 watts. Yeah, that's a disappointment. I thought for a premium and a premium price radio that, you know, it would be 50 watts.
So I don't know. But, well, we'll see. I'm betting it'll be well over 1,000. What are they? 75's going for now. They vary all over the place. 650. Some places have them for 700. So yeah, it's gonna go over 1,000. And it just yeah.
You know, the memory card reader and side of the head and all stuff that I really don't need. I mean, I'm getting to be on 20, you know, and of course it doesn't have all those chips in them, but only 20 watts. I mean, I guess that's great for working repeaters, but well, we would be getting it for Simplex to get on 220. That's real disappointment. So now I might as well just wait and go for the 5200, which does not have 220, but it'll be a cheaper radio.
Oh yeah, you can bet it'll be cheaper. Display on it, and yeah. So it be interesting when there's no announced date on that yet. But yeah, that's another option. Then on the other hand, it's nice having the control head also. Well, it's have a control head mounted right on the radio itself. But in the car, that's a different story because you can bury the radio and take the control head with you when you're not in the vehicle.
Or maybe one control head for different vehicles. Yeah, you're right about that. So, yeah, I mean, 20 watts, 220, yeah. I don't know, it's really kind of disappointing. Especially, well, we haven't really seen the price yet, but yeah, if it's over $1,000, yeah, then that kick in the nards.
Yeah, and I look at some of the other tri-banders that were out in the past, and I didn't see any of them that were ever 50 watts. I remember the UV3. It used to be, I think that was the first tri-bander that was out, and yeah, actually the wattage on all three bands was a heck of a lot lower than 50, that's for sure. And there's a few other ones that were out.
Yeah.
In age, you think they could do that? Well, they could do it. They just don't want to put in the extra money to do it, I guess. Does not make sense to me. Does not. Oh well.
That does not compute. Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, MOSFET technology. Yeah, so it's getting smaller, more power. Yeah, they could have done 50-20. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm going hard on Kenwood. Maybe, you know, even though it's only FM. I'm assuming some of the older radios were the same thing. Were the older tri-banders all mode or just FM?
Just FM.
Yep, just FM. Then the AT588 I saw on one of those, but but I looked at some of the write-ups. They were quite hilarious. Said, oh, no, I'm not going to flush $200 down the toilet for that.
If you wanted to get on 220, I guess, but now we have to look at the price. How much over $1,000 is this thing going to be?
what the market will bear. Well, like Yaesu, you know, they'll come out with a new radio or a new model radio, and sometimes the price gets adjusted. Well, like on that 6000 I bought a few years ago, that thing it dropped in price a bit. Whatever it was, 4 or 5 months.
Was that you, Dr. Rodney? B. Okay, got it, okay. Yeah, and I'm sure, yeah, this thing will probably drop in price, but, yeah, you know, well, I mean, at least it has 220, I guess.
Was hoping for well, that really would have been, listening to some of the, it would have been nice if it had sideband, but that would be a real long shot.
And how do they even expect?
You went into the twilight zone there. IJQ4 identification.
Okay, that should be a little bit better, maybe?
There you go.
Yeah, didn't realize it'd be so much traffic here. But yeah, so maybe, so now, okay, we've learned to live with the disappointment of it not being all mode. Okay, 20 watts, okay, accepting of the only 20 watts on 220, okay. At least it has 220. Now the price. I definitely know it's probably $1,000. I hope not, but I'm sure that it is.
And $99.99.
Nah, that would be so funny.
Oh boy, yeah. Well, wait and see. It'll be out sooner or later.
Yeah, that's true. So then I'll continue to use my tranny. At least that puts out 30 watts.
I was going to ask you, I forgot what that did. So that's 30 watts. How does that work? Does it work pretty good?
It works just fine. Yeah, 10 meters going in, 220 going out. FM, sideband, CW, AM, whatever you shove in it, it goes right out.
Yeah, interesting. What do those run? $1,000 or $2,000?
No, mine was like $450, I think it was, which is expensive for a transverter, but it's kind of hard to find the Ukrainian ones anymore.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Oh, that's not a bad price considering. Yeah, and if it functions well, that's always a plus.
If you already have the 10-meter radio there, features and
Anytone AT588, which isn't a bad FM rig for 220. It's not really that bad. It does the job, does do 60 watts. Gets hot as a son of a bitch, but you put a fan on it, it'll stay cool.
Yeah, throw a fan or two on there. I've seen some, online I've seen some fan kits you can put on radios, even two. But, Anytone seems to be cranking out more models, especially in DMR, which I'm not too interested in DMR around here because you move a foot and the bit rate drops. Breaks you. But for stationary, actually, there's one DMR repeater that's in town here, but I never hear any traffic on it at all.
Boy, that's not a good thing. Oh, hang on, I gotta throw some of my hard-earned money away.
Yes, K6IJQ.
My signal's probably bad.
Actually, not bad. Not too bad. You're legible.
Pretty good, yes. So yeah, I'll just continue to use my tranny, and they're not real. Probably half the price, a little less than half the price of that new Kenwood radio. I already have the 442 meter radio, so it's like, yeah. You know what? Okay, now my signal should be going. Oh, that's right. I'm not on Simplex. I'm on the repeater.
Oh, yes. No problemo. It sounds good there. Well, maybe over time the Anytones will, their reliability, well, it seems to vary depending on the model. Some of them, I don't hear too many negative things. Some models, oh boy, some of the reviews were hilarious. Especially on their tri-bander. That was just, the receiver apparently is wide open and selective at all, and subject to all sorts of garbage.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. That's not so bad. This is my first 2-meter radio. I beat the hell out of that thing. Still works. It's not bad, just gets hot. Seems to be working. My cord tends to fail, but you wrap some tape around it before it fails. And, yeah. Yeah, it would have been nice if that little 220 radio was that sideband. Someone can use the quad 6. That little 10-meter, 11-meter, 12-meter radio. They should be able to do that with 220.
Well, they seem to be market making adjustments, unlike the big three. So you never know. Over time, things might possibly, but yeah.
I mean, I just thought of that. I mean, they're making these, CB exported TV radios, that's almost AMS and CW sideband on some of them, and, that'll do 60 watts. They could do that, but they can't do one for 220. Don't get it. I don't know. Well, what are you going to do? Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep using my tranny, because I love my tranny.
Yeah, they, a matter of fact, I think it was Anytone, came out with a new single. I think it was Anytone. Came out with a new single bander, and they claim it does 70 watts. Now, whether or not it really does, I don't know.
70 watts under the perfect conditions, 14.4 volts, connected directly to the inside the house. Yeah, you know, I thought I saw a picture of that too, yeah. I think somebody was reviewing it, yeah, and that 70 watts thing kind of caught my eye. It's like, competition for the George Foreman.
I'll give them another 5 or 10 years and maybe it'll last a while. But, yeah, they'll sell direct. Yeah, you contact them direct. It's amazing from what I've read how flexible they can be and giving you certain.
Like, what do I have to do? Hire someone to build this thing? Yeah, that's true. That's just crazy. Anyway, pulling into the driveway, those dandelions? Oh boy, got to pick those things off the lawn. 73 4 bits, so I switched to the big radio. K60JV.
Yeah, I need to go feed the doggy and get the car inside here. Be monitoring from a distance. K6IJQ.
Roger, 73, have a good one. K60JV, exit stage left.
The time is 3:30 p.m. W6CX repeater.
FTI, WA6 FTI, you out there anywhere? Key 6086. WA6 FTI, WA6 FTI, you out there anywhere? Key 6086.
123. K6 AAI. Anybody contact me here on crossband here? Gary, you there? WA6FGI, WA6FGI, Gary?
Aries, Races, Net, tonight at 7 p.m.
K6AAI and 60 UK. Hello, Gary. Still on frequency. K6AAI and 60 UK.
NYE Petaluma.
CMO. KN6, CMO, mobile in the Sonoma Valley on the 145350 machine.
This is the WA6YGD repeater. This is the W6CX repeater.
This is KN6SYF radio check.
Sounds good. KN6OSX in Clear Lake.
I haven't talked to you in a while. How's everything in Clear Lake this week?
Pretty good. We started out at in the morning, and we had a high of 76, so we raised 51 degrees.
Oh, that's pretty amazing. Yeah, it's the first time in Davis that we haven't had fog, so that's pretty good.
We're above the fog. We're about 14.
Lucky you. Anyway, thank you very much for the radio check. I'm unclear. This is KN6SYF clear.
All right, have a great day. KN6OSX.
We just lost 3 degrees in the last 10 minutes. KI6WXP is going to cool off quick tonight.
Well, Joe, you've got to get that. You got to get your feet out of that bucket of ice water.
I was watching the temperature. It was 69, not 60. That was just a little bit ago. I think I'm going to shut the door.
Well, it's dropped down to 70 here, so we got a little over an hour and a quarter of daylight left.
QSL.
So what else is happening in Vacaville? Anything exciting happening down there?
Finally got caught up now with all that weed eating and everything, ready for that next little bit of rain we're going to get. Man, the grass was growing like crazy. I was behind because it stayed wet for so long. Have you seen anything else after that, Kent? Maybe a week or two down the road?
No, it usually doesn't go out that far. They only can get about a week to 10 days out. And it looks like it's going to be dry after that. So, this time next week, it's going to start getting warmer.
Yeah, that's what I don't want to hear. We're going to have an early summer. I love the heat, don't get me wrong, but yeah, you get an early summer going, man, or early spring like that, it's going to be hot as heck in the summertime.
Well, when I first moved up here, I moved from Albany, which is the first to get the fog and last to lose it. And I thought 70 was hot. The first 8 or so years here, it just killed me. I've acclimated. It doesn't bother me that much at all.
You running the swamp cooler over there?
At first, I had some individual little AC units, and then one in 2018, I got my power bill, which was $627 for a little tiny mobile home. And I said, forget it. So I took those out and picked up a swamp cooler, and that works out pretty good.
Yeah, I like my swamp cooler when I had it. Denise made me get rid of it. Because you know how to do heating and air. Get rid of that thing and put me some central in here, and that's what I did. But I liked it. I think it worked well. Her grandpa had one up there in Kelseyville. It worked beautiful.
Yeah, mine fits over one of the front windows. It was amazing. It just fits perfectly in the window. It just slips right in, and it's in the kitchen. It blows down. You can feel it all the way into the back room. And the only drawback was when I first got up here, the first owners of the park, they didn't really even check water. They just kind of guesstimated, you know, if you used it so much one month, with it. But when the new owners took over, they checked it every month. And one of the heavy hot months, a couple years ago, the July anyway, was really hot. It cost me $125 for just the swamp cooler for the water use.
Yeah, I'm sure they marked it up some. Gee, many Christmas, them swamp coolers don't use that much water.
Well, it used it, and then that's what the bill was. So, but it did keep me cool. You know. Like I say, now I majority of the day, and I turn it on a little bit. And when I do it, when it cools down at night, I just have it suck in the cool air. Don't even turn the water on. Just have the fan suck the cool air in. It works pretty good.
I got one out in the shop. I took from it because my tools started rusting.
Well, you got cheap tools if they rust. K606.
Oh, yeah, it was rusting good ones. Rusting everything in there, rusting bolts. Race car started getting rust on the bolts. I said, oh, no, we got to get rid of this. A lot of nice air now, and like in the evening when we're out there, it blows nice cool air from outside, you know.
Well, you know how you can tell a good stainless steel sink from a bad stainless steel sink?
Where it's made, probably.
You just get a magnet. If the magnet sticks to it, it's low grade. If it doesn't stick, it's high grade.
Yeah, roger that. Now, this damn water inside of a shop is just a bad idea. Snap, it didn't matter. S&K, Craftsman, it don't care.
All right. Yeah, I've been calling Gary all afternoon. I haven't heard him at all. I guess he took a nap or something or other.
Fighting Comcast, or he's in prison because he killed somebody because of it.
Or something or other. All right, there, Joe. You have a great afternoon there. Stay nice and enjoy the day. K606. Have a great day.
All right, you too, Kent. See, I'll be listening.
The time is 4 p.m. W6CX repeater.
Good afternoon. The time is 4 p.m. Weather conditions clear. Temperature 56 degrees. afternoon.
W6CX repeater.
PM. QSO net at 8 PM.
Good night.
Afternoon.
W6CX repeater. W6VVR repeater.
Aries Races Net tonight at 7 p.m.
The time is 4:30 p.m. W6CX repeater.
going to be a handy ham net tonight, WB6 KTJ. KTJ, trying it.
CX repeater.